There's something magical about the way a story can wrap around you like a warm blanket, pulling you into a world where every whisper feels real and every shadow holds a secret. Tonight, we're stepping into one of those worlds, a place where ancient mysteries sleep beneath the roots of old trees, and where the stars themselves might just hold the key to saving everything. Wherever you're listening from, whether it's late under a blanket of night or early with the first light of dawn, we'd love to know, what time is it for you? Let us know in the comments below, because this is a journey best shared. Picture a village so quiet you can hear the leaves rustling in the wind, where the air smells of damp earth and distant hearth fires. This is Eldermere, a place forgotten by time, where stories are passed down like heirlooms and the past never truly fades. It's here, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, that a young scholar named Alara stumbles upon something extraordinary. An old tome, its pages brittle with age, its ink faded but still legible. As her fingers trace the words, she reads of the 7 stars of Middle-earth, celestial relics, whispered to hold power beyond imagining. They're said to be the keepers of balance, the silent guardians of light, in a world where darkness is always waiting. But here's the thing about legends, they're never just stories. As Alara reads, the stars above begin to flicker, as if they're answering her. It's a sign, a warning, or perhaps an invitation. And so, with nothing but the book as her guide and the stars as her compass, she sets out on a journey she doesn't yet understand. What trials await her? What secrets do the stars hide? And why does the darkness seem to grow stronger with every step she takes? Tonight, we'll follow her path, uncovering the mysteries of the 7 stars one by one, and maybe, just maybe, we'll find out if light can truly outlast the shadows. So settle in, close your eyes, and let's begin. Alara knew she couldn't face the whispering woods alone. The weight of the old tome in her pack felt heavier with every step, its secrets pressing against her like a silent plea. So she turned to the one person she trusted above all others, Kale. They'd climbed trees and chased fireflies together as children, but now, standing in the dim glow of a single lantern, the stakes felt impossibly higher. His face was unreadable as she explained the book, the stars, the way the night itself seemed to hum with warning. Kale had always been practical, the kind of person who measured risks before taking a single step. But when Alara's voice trembled just slightly, he didn't hesitate. "If the stars are calling," he said quietly, "then we answer." They moved like shadows through the sleeping village, avoiding the creaking boards of the elder's house, where old stories were kept locked away like forbidden things. The packs on their backs held little a water skin, dried fruit, a knife sharpened to a fine edge, enough to get them through the first stretch of wilderness, but not enough to ease the tightness in Alara's chest. The path ahead led to the whispering woods, where the trees were said to murmur secrets to those who dared listen. Some villagers claimed the woods were alive, that they shifted when you weren't looking, hiding paths or revealing them on a whim. Others swore they'd seen lights flickering between the trunks, not fireflies, but something older, something watching. As they reached the edge of the village, the wind picked up, carrying a sound like faint voices tangled in the leaves. Kale paused, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. "You hear that?" he murmured. Alara nodded. It wasn't just the wind. It was as if the woods were sighing, breathing, waiting. The first star's resting place lay somewhere beyond those trees, and with every whisper in the branches, the pull grew stronger. The darkness between the trunks seemed deeper than it should be, the shadows stretching like fingers. But Alara stepped forward anyway, the book's words echoing in her mind like a promise or a warning. The stars had chosen her for a reason, and whatever lay in those woods, it was time to meet it. The moment their boots touched the mossy ground of the whispering woods, the air changed. It wasn't just the damp chill clinging to their skin. It was the way the trees seemed to lean in, their branches knitting tighter overhead, as if to block out the sky. Every step sent whispers skittering through the leaves, words too faint to grasp, but too deliberate to ignore. Alara's fingers brushed against the rough bark of an elder oak, and for a heartbeat, she swore she felt it hum beneath her touch. "It's like the forest knows we're here," Kale muttered, his voice low. He kept glancing over his shoulder, his knife now openly gripped in his hand. The shadows between the trunks didn't just linger. They moved, flickering at the edge of vision, like half-formed figures retreating into the gloom. Then Alara saw it, a stone, half buried in the earth and veiled in emerald moss. The carvings were weathered, the runes nearly swallowed by time, but she recognized them. They matched the script in the tome. Kneeling, she traced the grooves with her fingertips, her lips moving silently as she pieced together the riddle. "Follow the breath of the forgotten," she murmured, "where the earth sings and the light is begotten." Kale frowned. "That's supposed to help us." But Alara was already turning, her gaze locked on a narrow path that hadn't been there a moment ago. A tunnel of arching ferns, their fronds trembling as if stirred by invisible breath. The deeper they went, the heavier the silence grew. Even the whispers faded, replaced by a tension so thick it pressed against Alara's ribs. Then came the rustling not from the trees, but from the underbrush beside them. Kale spun, knife raised, as a fox limped into view. Its fur was unlike any she'd ever seen, streaked with silver that glimmered faintly, even in the dim light. The creature met her eyes, and in that moment, Alara understood. This wasn't just an animal, it was a guide. With a flick of its tail, the fox turned and padded away, pausing only to glance back, waiting. They followed, the path twisting unnaturally, trees shifting just enough to keep the sky hidden. Then, without warning, the forest opened into a glade, so perfect it felt like a dream. Moonlight pooled on a pedestal of weathered stone, and there, resting atop it, was the first star, a shard of crystalline light, pulsing gently as if in time with Alara's own heartbeat. The fox let out a soft sound, almost like a sigh, and vanished into the shadows. Kale exhaled sharply. This feels too easy, but Alara knew better. The star wasn't just waiting to be found. It had chosen to be seen. And as she reached out, the air around the pedestal shimmered, the glade itself holding its breath. The first trial wasn't over. It was only beginning. The moment Alara's fingers grazed the star's luminous surface, the earth beneath her feet shuddered violently. Roots erupted from the soil like serpents, coiling around her ankles with a grip that burned cold. Kale lunged forward, but an invisible force threw him back, pinning him against a tree as the air itself seemed to thicken. From the heart of the pedestal, a figure materialized tall and wisp-thin, its form woven from moonlight and shadow. The guardian's voice was the rustle of autumn leaves, the crackle of frost. "Why do you seek what sleeps here?" it demanded, its hollow eyes boring into Alara's soul. Her breath came in shallow gasps, but she forced her voice steady. Not for power, she whispered. The balance is breaking. The darkness grows while the stars sleep. The roots tightened, drawing blood where they bit into her skin, but she didn't flinch. I've seen the cracks in the world, villages swallowed by unnatural night, crops withering under starless skies. If the legends are true, the 7 stars can mend what's been torn. For a heartbeat, the guardian went perfectly still. Then, slowly, the roots loosened, slithering back into the earth. The spirit tilted its head, as if listening to some distant sound. You speak of healing, it murmured, not conquest. Its form flickered, softening. But words are easily spun. Show me. A vision engulfed Alara, flashes of a future where the stars remained lost. Forests turned to ash, rivers running black, a silence so complete it choked the air. She felt the weight of it, the despair, and without thinking, she reached out, as if to physically stop the tide of ruin. Tears streaked her face. I can't let that happen, she choked out. Even if I have to search every corner of Middle-earth. The guardian exhaled a sound like wind through bare branches. Then it stepped aside. The star's light flared, warm as a heartbeat against her palms. Take it, the spirit said, but know this, the next guardian will not ask questions. It will only take. With those final words, it dissolved into mist, leaving behind the scent of damp soil and something faintly sweet, like forgotten herbs. Kale staggered free, his face pale. What in the name of... Alara cut him off, clutching the star to her chest. Its pulse echoed her own, a steady rhythm that quieted the fear gnawing at her edges. But the spirit's warning clung to her, heavier than the star itself. They'd passed the first trial. The next would demand more than sincerity. It would demand sacrifice. Kale's steps slowed as the trees thinned, revealing the jagged mouth of the Cavern of Echoes. It yawned before them like a wound in the earth, the darkness inside so dense, it seemed to swallow the torchlight whole. He caught Alara's wrist, his voice barely above a whisper. What if the stories are true, not just about the stars, but about us? Mortals weren't meant to hold this kind of power. His grip tightened, not in anger, but in something raw, fear, the kind that lives in the marrow. Alara turned, the stars glow from her satchel, painting his face in fractured light. And what if we're the only ones who can? The words hung between them, heavy as the silence that seeped from the cavern. She didn't say what they both knew, that the Tome had chosen her, that the stars had called. But Kale had followed anyway, even when every instinct told him to run. A gust of wind moaned through the cavern's entrance, carrying with it a sound that wasn't wind at all. Whispers, not the forest's gentle murmurs, but voices familiar and warped, twisting their own fears into words. Kale flinched as one curled around his ear. You'll fail her, like you failed them. His jaw clenched. Alara heard it too, her breath catching as the whispers slithered past, taunting. The Cavern of Echoes didn't just reflect sound, it reflected doubt. She reached for his hand, her palm cool against his trembling fingers. We don't have to go in, she said softly, but they both knew it was a lie. The second star pulsed in her bag, its light dimmer now, as if the cavern's shadows were already leeching its strength. Kale exhaled sharply, shaking off the voices. If we die in there, he muttered, I'm haunting you first. The joke fell flat, but the corner of Alara's mouth lifted anyway. Together, They stepped into the dark. The air inside was thick, pressing against their skin like damp cloth. The torchlight flickered, revealing walls that glistened with something other than moisture, veins of black crystal, jagged and pulsing faintly. Every footstep echoed a dozen times, overlapping until it sounded like a crowd, followed just out of sight. Then the whispers returned, louder now. They weren't just voices. They were memories, Kale's mother's last words, twisted into accusation. The village elders warning about the woods, now a sneer. Alara heard her own voice among them, but rung hollow with betrayal, blaming her for bringing the darkness upon them. She squeezed her eyes shut. They're not real, she hissed, more to herself than Kale, but the cavern thrived on truth. It didn't invent fears, it unearthed them. Ahead, the tunnel split. To the left, the crystals throbbed with a sickly light. To the right, absolute blackness. Kale hesitated. Which one's the trap? He whispered. Alara unclasped the star from her bag, its light guttering weakly. The moment she lifted it, the left path's crystals flared, revealing the truth. The light wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from hundreds of eyes, blinking in unison from the shadows. The star's glow dimmed further, as if drained by the weight of the cavern's gaze. Alara's hands shook. It's testing us, she realized. Not with riddles, with choices. Kale's laugh was brittle. So do we pick the path with the nightmare, or the one that might drop us into a pit? But even as he said it, his fingers brushed the hilt of his knife, not for the creatures, for the fear they stoked in his chest. The star hadn't just led them here. It had led them to the one place that could make them turn back. Alara straightened, lifting the star higher. Its light flared once, a defiance. Then she stepped toward the eyes. The whispers coiled tighter as they pressed forward, wrapping around their throats like invisible hands. Kale stumbled, his torch guttering as the cavern walls pulsed with that same sickly light. Only now Alara saw the truth. The crystals weren't just reflecting fear, they were feeding on it. Every doubt, every buried shame, the cavern drank it in and spat it back, louder. Kale's breath came in ragged bursts as the visions took hold. His sister's face, pale and still, her voice accusing. You left me. You always leave. His knees hit the damp stone, the knife clattering from his grip. Alara reached for him, but her own vision twisted. The star in her satchel flared once, and suddenly she was standing in Eldermere's ruins, the sky choked with smoke. The tome lay torn at her feet, its pages scattering in a wind that smelled of burning. A figure emerged from the haze, Kale, but not Kale, hollow-eyed, his voice a broken rasp. You led us here. This is your doing. Her chest seized. This wasn't real. It couldn't be, but the weight of it, the certainty. That was the cavern's poison. Then she heard it. Beneath the cacophony of taunts, a faint hum, the star. Its light was weak but steady, a lifeline. She grabbed Kale's shoulder, forcing him to meet her eyes. It's lying, she gritted out. It takes what we fear and makes it loud, but fear isn't truth. His gaze flickered, still half lost. Desperate, she pressed the star into his palm. The moment their skin touched, the visions wavered. A memory surfaced, not one the cavern had twisted, but their own. Years ago, under the same oak where she'd found the tome, they'd chanted the old words after a storm had shaken the village. Light remembers even when the night is long. Kale's fingers closed around the star. His voice, when it came, was rough but clear. Light remembers. Alara joined him, their words weaving together as the cavern shivered around them. The whispers frayed at the edges, the crystals dimming one by one. The path ahead rippled like disturbed water, and then the illusion shattered. Silence, true silence. Before them, the tunnel opened into a cavern, so vast the torchlight couldn't touch its ceiling. At its center, a pool of water so still it might have been glass, reflecting not their faces, but the constellations above. And there, suspended just beneath the surface, the second star, its light rippling gently, waiting. Kale exhaled, shaky. No riddles this time. Alara waded in, the water warm as breath. But as her fingers brushed the star, the pool's surface hardened suddenly, trapping her wrist. The water wasn't water at all. It was a mirror, and in its depths, her reflection smiled, cold and knowing. "You think this is a gift," it murmured. "Every star you take makes the dark hungrier." The real trial hadn't ended. It had only just begun. The air outside the cavern tasted different, cleaner, though laced with something metallic, like the memory of a storm. Alara blinked against the sudden light, her fingers still curled around the second star. It pulsed warmly against her palm, as if relieved to be free of the cavern's grip. Kale staggered beside her, his face drawn but his shoulders squared. Neither of them spoke. The weight of what they'd faced, the things they'd heard, those weren't wounds that could be stitched with words. Then the wind shifted, carrying the scent of damp pine and something else, wood smoke, faint but unmistakable. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, cloaked in gray, his back to them, as if he'd been waiting. Without turning, he spoke. "You walk a path lined with teeth." His voice was smooth, almost amused, but beneath it ran a current of something darker. "Tell me, little stargazers, do you know whose jaws you're stepping between?" Kale's hand flew to his knife, but Alara stepped forward. The stranger turned then, revealing a face that was neither young nor old, his eyes the color of tarnished silver. Riven, he called himself, a traveler, a seeker. He spun his words like a spider spins silk, each one deliberate, each one sticky with implication. He spoke of the stars as if they were old friends, of the darkness as if he'd tasted it. "It's not just creeping," he murmured, tracing the edge of his cloak with a finger. "It's learning, adapting. The last time the stars woke, it took 1,000 years for the shadow to find them again. This time, he smiled, thin and humorless. It's already here." Alara's stomach twisted. She wanted to dismiss him, to call him a liar, but the star in her hand flared once. A silent confirmation. Riven's gaze flicked to it, something hungry flashing behind his cool facade. "You felt it, haven't you?" he pressed. "The way the nights grow longer even when they shouldn't. The way the wind carries whispers in no tongue you've ever heard." Kale bristled. "If you know so much, why aren't you gathering the stars?" For the first time, Riven's mask slipped. Just for a heartbeat, his fingers twitched toward the hilt of a blade, hidden beneath his cloak. "Because some roads," he said softly, "are meant to be walked only once." Then he was moving, stepping back into the trees with a speed that shouldn't have been possible. By the time Alara called after him, there was no trace left, just a single feather drifting to the ground, its edges tinged with frost. The third star's location burned suddenly in Alara's mind, vivid as a fever dream. A floating island adrift above the cloud peaks, a place that shouldn't exist. Kale scooped up the feather, his brow furrowed. He could be leading us into a trap. Alara closed her eyes. The star's pulse echoed in her veins, steady as a drumbeat. Or he could be the only one who knows what's coming. The wind rose again, carrying with it the faintest echo of laughter, or maybe just the creak of branches. Either way, the choice was made. The next star waited, and the shadow, it seemed, was already on the move. The cloud peaks loomed ahead, their summits lost in swirling mist, impossibly high, impossibly distant. Kale crouched near the cliff's edge, fingers tracing the weathered leather of their remaining supplies. "We can't climb it," he muttered, "but maybe we don't have to." His hands moved with a quiet certainty, unraveling rope, stitching fabric, bending scavenged branches into curved frames. Alara watched, her stomach nodding as the shape took form, wings or something like them. The memory of childhood stories flickered in her mind. Skyfarers who rode the wind on sails of woven reed, who touched the clouds and lived to sing of it. But those were just tales, weren't they? Kale caught her staring and held up the makeshift harness. "It'll hold," he said, though the tightness around his eyes betrayed his own doubt. "The wind's strong enough to carry us if we catch the updraft near the ridge." Alara's palms turned slick. Heights had always been her silent terror, the kind that turned her bones to water. Even the village watchtower had left her clinging to the ladder like a child, but the star's pulse in her satchel thrummed against her hip, a reminder of what waited above. She swallowed, just, "Don't let go." The first gust nearly ripped them from the cliff before they were ready. Kale's fingers locked around her wrist as the wings shuddered, fabric snapping taut. Then the wind lifted them like a sigh, and suddenly the ground was gone. Alara's scream lodged in her throat, stolen by the rush of air. The world tilted, her stomach lurching as Kale adjusted their balance, his body tense as a bowstring beside her. "Look up," he shouted over the roar, and she did. The sky wasn't empty. It was alive, currents of air visible as ripples in the clouds, glowing faintly where the sunlight pierced them. For a heartbeat, it was beautiful. Then the storm hit. Dark clouds rolled in like a tide, swallowing the light. Wind became a weapon, slamming into them with fists of ice. The wings buckled, one strut snapping with a sound like breaking bone. Kale cursed, wrenching the ropes to keep them level as they spun sideways. Rain needled Alara's skin, the cold so sharp it burned. "Hold on." Kale's voice was raw against her ear. She clung to him, her arms trembling, her vision blurring with tears and rain. A gust tore at them, and for one terrible moment, the world upended, sky beneath, earth above. Alara felt her grip slip, her fingers numb with cold. Then Kale's arm locked around her waist, his other hand yanking the guide ropes hard. The wings groaned, but they righted, skimming the edge of the storm's fury. And there, through a rent in the cloud's light, not the sun, but something purer, sharper. The island drifted like a sliver of dawn, its edges shimmering as if woven from starlight. The sight of it punched the breath from Alara's lungs. It was real. After everything, after the whispers and the fear and the freefall, it was real. Kale's laughter was wild, half drowned by the wind. "Told you it'd hold," but his hands, when Alara gripped them, were shaking. The storm hadn't finished with them. The island was still miles away, and the darkening sky behind them wasn't just storm clouds. It moved. Coiled, watched, they'd found their path, but something had found them too. The island didn't touch the sky, it was the sky. Every blade of silver grass hummed with energy, every stone pulsed as if breathing. Alara's boots sank into the earth, which gave way like thick mist, only to solidify again the moment she lifted her foot. It was a place between places, where the air tasted of lightning and the wind carried voices too distant to understand. At its heart stood the third star, cradled in the hands of a figure whose shape blurred at the edges, as if they couldn't decide whether to be solid or light. The being didn't speak, not with words. The demand unfurled in their minds like a scroll, a memory, not just any one that matters. Alara's breath caught. She'd expected another riddle, another fight, but this was a theft of the quietest kind. Beside her, Kale's jaw tightened. What kind of guardian takes? He hissed. The star flickered, its light dimming as if in warning. The being's form solidified slightly, their eyes, if they were eyes holding Alara's with unbearable weight. You seek power. Power requires sacrifice. Alara clenched her fists. She had so few happy memories to begin with, most of them worn thin by time or grief. But one surfaced unbidden, her 5th summer, when the village held the Festival of Lanterns. Her father had lifted her onto his shoulders, her small hands sticky with honey cake, the night alive with fireflies and laughter. The warmth of that moment flooded her chest, so vivid she could almost smell the spice cider. Then the being reached out, and the memory unraveled like thread from a spool. The colors drained, the sounds muffled, until all that remained was the hollow shape of it. A story she could tell, but never feel again. Kale's turn came harder. He didn't speak as the guardian turned to him, but his shoulders trembled. The memory he offered was younger, rawer, his first hunt, the pride in his father's eyes when he brought down the hare. Not just the triumph, the way his father had clasped his shoulder after, rough with approval. You kept us fed today. That simple praise had been a raft in the storm of his grief after the burial. Now it was gone, leaving only the ghost of its shape behind. The star's light flared, brilliant as a newborn sun. It split into twin threads, one weaving into Alara's chest, the other into Kale's. The warmth was immediate, intoxicating, but beneath it slithered something colder. The guardian's voice, when it came, was the scrape of stone on stone. The next will take more than memories. The next will take pieces. As the island began to dissolve beneath their feet, the wind carried Riven's warning back to them, sharper now, laced with an urgency that hadn't been there before. It's learning, adapting. The clouds beneath them churned, no longer just mist, but something darker, something aware. The shadow wasn't just coming, it was already here. And it knew their names. The trees sagged under their own weight, their leaves blackened at the edges as though scorched by an unseen fire. Alara's boots sank into soil that crumbled like ash, releasing a scent that made her throat tighten rotten fruit and damp stone, the kind of smell that lingers in abandoned places. Kale kicked a pebble, and the sound it made wasn't right too hollow, like the earth itself had been hollowed out. This isn't just decay, he muttered. It's like something's eating the land from the inside. They found the village by accident, its empty streets bathed in a twilight that shouldn't have existed at midday. Doors hung ajar, meals half-eaten on tables, a child's doll face down in the dirt. No blood, no struggle, just absence, thick and suffocating. Alara's fingers brushed a windowsill, and the wood disintegrated at her touch. "The shadow's been here," she whispered. It wasn't a guess. The star in her satchel had gone ice cold, its light dimmed to a feeble flicker. Kale's hand closed around her elbow, his grip too tight. "We're outmatched. If this thing can swallow whole villages, what chance do we have?" His voice was steady, but his eyes darted to the tree line, where the darkness seemed to shift without wind. Alara turned her palm up, revealing the faint glow of the 3 stars' power, threading through her veins like liquid silver. "The same chance fire has against a flood," she said quietly. "Not much, but enough to matter." She didn't say the rest. That turning back would mean leading the shadow straight to Eldermere, to every place they'd ever loved. That some roads only led forward, even when forward felt like stepping into a beast's open jaws. The ruins rose from the horizon like broken teeth, the remnants of a city, so old even the trees avoided its borders. The air here didn't just feel heavy, it pressed against their skin with intent, as if the very atmosphere resented their presence. Kale exhaled sharply. "This place knows we're here." Alara nodded, her pulse loud in her ears. The 4th star called to her, not with light, but with a pull deeper than gravity. It wasn't just hidden in these ruins, it was trapped, and the thing that had taken the village, it wasn't just following them anymore, it was waiting. The first step into the city's corpse sent a shudder through the ground. Somewhere in the labyrinth of crumbling stone, something answered, not a sound. Not a movement, just the unmistakable feeling of being tasted. The ruins didn't whisper, they screamed in silence. Every shattered pillar, every fractured arch bore the marks of a civilization that had reached too high, too greedily. Alara's fingertips brushed the carvings along a fallen obelisk, the symbols flaring faintly at her touch. They told of kings who'd sought to chain the stars, to bend their light into weapons. And in the end, the stars had fought back. The air thickened with the weight of that failure, pressing down until even breathing felt like swallowing ash. Then the ghosts came, not specters of the dead, but echoes, shadows caught in the moment of their undoing, repeating their last seconds like a broken chant. A woman clutched at her throat, her mouth open in a soundless cry. A child reached for a toy that dissolved before their fingers could close. Kale recoiled as a phantom lunged toward him, its face contorted in terror, only to vanish mid-step. "They are not real," he muttered, but his knuckles whitened around his knife. Alara moved deeper into the ruin's heart, where the walls grew taller, their surfaces polished to a mirror's sheen. The inscriptions here were clearer, their warnings stark. To claim the star, first claim yourself. Before she could decipher further, the ground shifted. Mirrors erupted from the earth, not glass, but something older, their surfaces rippling like water struck by moonlight. A voice, neither male nor female, slithered through the air. "Show me your truth." Kale's reflection moved first. Not a copy, but a vision himself, years older, his face lined with grief, standing over a grave marked with Alara's name. His breath hitched. "No," the reflection tilted its head. "You fear losing her, but you fear your own weakness more." Kale's hand flew to his chest, as if the words had physically struck him. Alara's mirror showed a different horror. Eldermere in ruins, the sky choked with smoke, the stars' light snuffed out one by one. Her own voice, broken, echoed back at her. You weren't enough. The reflection's eyes burned. You fear failing them all. The mirrors began to rotate, their edges sharpening, the air between them humming with tension. Alara understood then. The puzzle wasn't about solving, it was about surrendering. She reached out, not to push the visions away, but to touch them. Yes, she whispered. I'm afraid. The admission hung in the air, fragile as a cobweb. Kale's jaw worked, his fists clenched. Then slowly he exhaled. Every damn day, he grated out. Every step, I'm terrified. The mirrors stilled. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like shattering ice, they realigned, their surfaces merging into a single doorway. Beyond it, suspended in a beam of pale light, the fourth star pulsed, a heart torn from the chest of the sky itself. But as Alara stepped forward, the ground trembled. The ghost's silent screams crescendoed, their forms twisting into something new, something aware. The shadow hadn't just followed them here, it had been waiting. And now it had their fears etched into its bones. The moment Alara's fingers closed around the fourth star, the air split with a sound like tearing silk. Riven stood before them, but not as he'd appeared in the forest. His cloak of shadows unraveled, revealing a form woven from fractured light and old scars. His eyes, once silver, now pulsed with veins of black. His voice no longer smooth but splintered. You don't understand what you hold, he rasped, his hand outstretched. The stars were never meant for mortals. They were ours to tend, ours to wield. Alara stepped back, the star's warmth seeping into her palm like a heartbeat. You're a guardian, she breathed. The truth settled over her, cold and heavy. Riven hadn't been seeking the stars. He'd been hunting those who could find them. His laugh was a broken thing. Once, before the pride, before the fall, his fingers twitched, the shadows at his feet writhing like living things. They cast me out for daring to dream beyond my station. But with their power, I could remake myself, remake the world. His gaze locked onto the star, hunger twisting his face. Give it to me. You don't know what you're playing with. Kale's knife was in his hand before Riven finished speaking. His body angled between them. Funny, he said, voice tight. You don't look like someone who should be holding anything sacred. Riven's smile vanished. The shadows lunged. Tendrils of darkness lashed from the ground, snatching at Alara's wrists, her ankles, the star's light flickering as the ruin's very stones groaned in protest. Kale yanked her sideways, his blade slicing through the Inkai threads, but for every one he severed, two more sprouted in its place. The ground shuddered, cracks spider webbing through the ancient pavement as pillars toppled like felled trees. Run, Kale hauled Elara toward a gap in the crumbling walls. The stars glow their only guide as the world behind them dissolved into chaos. Riven's roar chased them, half fury, half agony, the sound of something old and wounded and desperate. This isn't over. His voice splintered through the collapse, carried on a wind that smelled of burnt ozone. You cannot hide from what's coming. They didn't stop until the ruins were a smudge on the horizon, until their lungs burned and the star's light steadied against Alara's chest. Kale's hands shook as he checked her for wounds, his voice rough. He was one of them, a guardian. Alara nodded, her throat tight. The stars hadn't just been lost. They'd been abandoned, and Riven wasn't just a threat, he was a warning. The darkness wasn't some mindless force. It had teeth, it had history, and now it had a guide. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled, not from the sky, from the earth itself, as if something buried had just begun to wake. The lake stretched before them, its surface unnaturally still, not like water at all, but like polished obsidian holding its breath. Legends called it the mirror of tomorrow, its depths said to show not reflections, but what had yet to be. Kale tested the edge with his boot, and the water didn't so much as ripple. No stones, no splashing, he muttered, light as a feather, or we're both drowned in daydreams. Alara's fingers tightened around the strap of her satchel. The stars within hummed faintly, their warmth a counterpoint to the lake's eerie silence. She'd seen glimpses of the future before, flickers in dreams, warnings in the way the wind sometimes carried voices from places she'd never been. But this was different. The air here smelled like metal and wet parchment, like something old and knowing. Kale went first, his steps precise, his weight balanced on the balls of his feet. The water held, barely shuddering beneath him. Halfway across, he paused, his shoulders rigid. Alara saw his reflection waver, not the Kale of now, but 1 year older, his face lined with storms, standing at the edge of a cliff, with no ground left to retreat to. His breath hitched, but he didn't look down. Don't stop, he gritted out, more to himself than to her. Then it was her turn. The moment her foot touched the surface, the water trembled. Not with her weight, but with recognition. The lake knew her, and it wanted to show her something. The vision struck like a blade to the ribs. Eldermere in ruins, yes, but worse, empty. Not a soul left, not even bodies. Just doors swinging in the wind, meals rotting on tables, and her own footsteps echoing like a trespasser's. Alone. Always alone. The stars pulsed in her bag, their light guttering like candles in a draft. And then she saw why. A figure stood at the village's heart, cloaked in familiar shadows. Riven, but not Riven. His hands were outstretched, the stolen starlight writhing in his grip, his voice a whisper that slithered through the streets. You brought them to me. Her foot slipped, a drop of sweat, a single uneven breath. That was all it took. The lake's surface shattered, and phantom hands erupted from the depths, skeletal fingers closing around her ankles, her wrists, her throat. The water wasn't water anymore. It was memory, it was fear, it was the future rushing up to claim her. Kale's shout was distant, warped as if through glass. Then he was there, plunging into the depths after her, his knife flashing uselessly through the apparitions. They had no flesh to cut, no bones to break. They were made of her own dread, and they clung like tar. Alara thrashed, the vision of Riven searing behind her eyelids, the lake's whispers filling her ears. This is what waits. This is what you cannot outrun. Kale's hand found hers, not the vision's, the real one, calloused and warm. He didn't try to pull her free. Instead, he went still, his grip anchoring her as the current tore at them both. Look at me, he demanded, his voice raw. Not at what it shows you, at me. Her vision cleared for one fractured moment. Kale's face was bleeding from a cut above his brow, his eyes wild with a terror that mirrored her own. But he was here, real, now. The hands faltered, their grip loosening just enough. The fifth star erupted from the depths, its light a white-hot spear through the dark. The visions withered like paper in a flame, the lake's surface, sealing smooth once more, as if nothing had happened. The star floated above the water, spinning gently, its glow painting the trees in silver. At its core, a path unfolded, not a map, but a knowing. The sixth star waited atop the storm spire, a mountain so high its peak pierced the clouds. Kale dragged her onto the shore, his chest heaving. "You saw something," he panted. It wasn't a question. Alara stared at her shaking hands. The star's light had left something behind, a mark, faint as a vein of quartz beneath her skin. "A warning," she whispered, but the lake had shown her one more thing, a truth buried beneath the horror. Riven wasn't just hunting the stars, he was hurting them. And every step they took was leading him exactly where he wanted to go. The wind howled like a wounded thing, clawing at their clothes as they clung to the sheer face of the storm spire. Every inch of rock was slick with ice, every handhold a gamble. Kale's fingers left smears of red on the stone, his breath coming in ragged gasps that fogged the air. Alara's legs trembled with exhaustion, the weight of the stars in her satchel pulling at her like an anchor. Below them, the world dropped away into swirling mist. A single misstep, and there'd be nothing left to find. The summit was a knife's edge, barely wide enough for them to stand side by side. At its center, the sixth star hovered above an altar of blackened bone, its light casting jagged shadows across the carvings that surrounded it. Alara's stomach lurched as she recognized the figures frozen in the stone, faces twisted in agony, hands outstretched as if begging for mercy, not statues. Not art, failures, the ones who'd come before and hadn't been worthy. A voice split the air, not from the star, but from the mountain itself, a sound like grinding glaciers and shifting continents. "You carry the light of 5, but light alone is not enough." The altar's surface rippled, showing them glimpses. Kale turning away at the cavern's edge, Alara hesitating before the lake. Moments where doubt had nearly won. The last trial is not of strength or cunning. It is this: stand together or fall alone. Kale's hand found Alara's, his grip fierce despite the blood smearing her skin. His palm was warm, real, a tether in the storm. "You're not getting rid of me that easy," he muttered, his voice rough but steady. The mountain seemed to hold its breath. Then the carvings began to crack, the frozen faces crumbling to dust as the illusion shattered, not just around them, but within. The fear of being alone, of failing each other, melted like frost in sunlight. The star's light flared, blinding and beautiful, then poured into them like liquid dawn. Alara gasped as it filled her veins, not with heat, but with something deeper, a resonance, a harmony. The stars weren't just tools or relics. They were alive, and they remembered what it meant to be whole. As the light faded, the wind died to a whisper. The storm spire's peak lay bare beneath a sky, suddenly clear, the first stars of evening blinking awake. Only one remained unclaimed, but the path ahead wasn't marked on any map. It hummed in their bones, a pull toward the horizon where the sea met the sky, and where something older than mountains waited. The descent from the storm spire should have been the easy part. But the moment their boots touched solid ground, the air curdled thick with the scent of burnt sugar and iron. Riven materialized from the gathering dusk, his form no longer flickering between shadow and light, but consumed by it. Tendrils of darkness writhed around him like serpents, his silver eyes now pits of endless night. The trees behind him sagged, their leaves blackening at the edges as if his presence alone poisoned the land. "You've done well," he crooned, his voice a discordant rasp, as if two throats spoke at once. "But the game ends now." Before they could react, the horizon twisted. A vision unfolded above Eldermere flames, licking the thatched roofs, smoke coiling into a sky devoid of stars. Kale's knife was in his hand instantly, but Riven only laughed, the sound splintering like glass. "Strike me down, and the vision becomes truth. Your home burns before you can take a single step." Alara's breath caught. The stars in her satchel flared, their light pulsing in time with her hammering heart. Kale stepped forward, his voice low and lethal. "You're bluffing." Riven's smile was a gash of teeth. "Is your village worth the gamble?" The vision sharpened children screaming, the great oak reduced to embers, the scent of charred grain thick enough to choke on. Alara's hands shook. She'd faced trials of fear and doubt, but this was cruelty honed to a razor's edge. Then Kale's shoulder brushed hers, solid as bedrock. "He's lying," he murmured. "The stars didn't choose us to quit now." His fingers grazed her wrist, calloused and sure. "Remember the lake. Remember what we saw." The memory surged Riven standing in Eldermere's ruins, triumphant. But beneath the vision, another truth flickered. The way his hands had trembled as he reached for the stars. The grief in his voice when he'd spoken of being cast out. Alara's grip on the satchel tightened. The stars weren't just power, they were memory. Instead of striking, she let the light pour forth, not as a weapon, but as a mirror. The glow swirled around Riven, peeling back the layers of shadow to reveal what he'd been before the fall. A guardian crowned in starlight, his hands cradling the heavens with reverence. The darkness recoiled, hissing. Riven staggered, his stolen power unraveling at the edges. "No," he choked, clawing at the vision. I'm not." For one fractured moment, his true face surfaced, not a monster, but a being shattered by his own hunger. The shadows clinging to him frayed like old rope, revealing patches of tarnished silver beneath. His voice, when it came, was barely audible. "I just wanted to be enough." The admission hung in the air, fragile as a cobweb. Then, with a sigh like a dying wind, Riven dissolved not into shadow, but into light. The last wisp of him brushed Alara's cheek, warm as a tear, before vanishing into the gathering night. The stars in her satchel hummed, their song softer now, almost mournful. Kale exhaled sharply, his knife still half raised. "What just?" Alara turned her palm up, catching a single mote of silver light. "We showed him the truth," she whispered. "Sometimes that's all it takes." The path ahead lay open, the sea's salt breeze carrying the promise of the final star, but the weight of Riven's parting lingered, a reminder that even the brightest light could be twisted. And the last trial wouldn't be fought with blades or words, but with the choice of what to do when the stars were finally in their hands. The shoreline stretched before them, the sea whispering secrets against the sand. Alara's feet sank into the damp earth, the weight of 6 stars humming against her hip, but the horizon held no island, no altar, just the vast, star-flecked sky and the quiet understanding settling in her chest. Kale's shoulder brushed hers, his voice rough with wonder. "It's not out there, is it?" She shook her head, her fingers unclasping the satchel. The stars spilled into her palms, their light weaving together like threads of a forgotten song. As they lifted into the air, the night itself seemed to lean closer, the constellations above mirroring their glow. The sixth star pulsed, then unraveled, not vanishing, but unfolding, its light arcing toward the heavens. One by one, the others followed, until the sky was a tapestry of radiant strands, all converging on a single point of brilliance overhead, the seventh star. It wasn't hidden in some distant realm. It had been inside them all along. The courage to face the dark, the choice to carry the light, even when the path burned. The beam that erupted from the coalesced stars wasn't just light. It was memory. It was mending. It swept across the land like a sigh, painting the blighted forests in emerald, coaxing life from cracked soil. Villages stirred as the shadow's grip loosened, its whispers dissolving into nothing more than the rustle of leaves in a breeze. Eldermere awoke to dawn. The great oak stood unbroken, its branches heavy with buds that hadn't been there the night before. Children blinked sleep from their eyes, their laughter unburdened by nightmares they could no longer recall. The elder's house creaked in the wind, its locked chest of stories now slightly ajar, as if someone had rifled through them and left behind a single, star-marked page. High above, the stars scattered once more, their light dimming but never truly gone. They weren't relics to be held. They were promises, to the worthy, to the brave, to those who'd remember that the brightest light often begins as a spark in the dark. Kale's hand found Alara's, their fingers interlaced, their palms still faintly silvered where the stars had touched them. The world was whole, but somewhere, beyond the horizon, the wind carried a new whisper. Not of endings, of beginnings. The first snowflakes dusted the branches of the great oak, catching the last light of dusk like scattered diamonds. Alara tilted her face to the sky, her breath curling in the crisp air. Beside her, Kale stretched his legs across the roots, his fingers absently tracing the new scar along his palm, a silver thread where the star's light had seared into his skin. The village square behind them hummed with life, children chasing each other through the snow, their laughter bouncing off the freshly thatched roofs. No one spoke of the weeks they'd been gone, or the way the crops had inexplicably flourished overnight, or the nightmares that had vanished like mist under morning sun. Some truths were too vast for words. The tome lay open in the hall now, its brittle pages filled not just with ancient prophecies, but with their own story, inked in Kale's uneven hand and Alara's looping script. The villagers would read it one day, perhaps when the shadows grew long again. For now, it was enough that the book was no longer locked away, that its secrets had become something shared. Kale nudged her shoulder, nodding to the horizon where the first stars prickled through the violet haze. "Think they miss us?" His voice was light, but his eyes held the weight of all they'd carried. Alara smiled, tucking her hands into her sleeves. The stars had left their mark on her too, not just in the luminous veins beneath her skin, but in the quiet certainty that hummed in her chest whenever she looked up. "They're exactly where they're meant to be," she said softly, "and so are we." The snow fell thicker now, muffling the world in hush. Somewhere beyond the village, a fox barked, a sound too ordinary to stir old fears. Kale leaned back against the oak, his boots scuffing patterns in the fresh powder. "Next time," he mused, "let's find an adventure with fewer cliffs." Alara laughed, the sound ringing clear in the still air, but her gaze drifted back to the sky, to the endless expanse between the stars. the dark would always be there, waiting. And so with the light, a gust of wind sent a flurry of snow dancing around them, and for a heartbeat, the air shimmered, not with magic, but with memory. The kind that lingers in the space between heartbeats, in the warmth of a shared silence, in the unshakable knowing that some journeys never truly end. They just changed shape. The lanterns in the square flickered to life one by one, painting the snow in gold, and overhead, the stars held their watch, bright and unwavering, as they always had. As they always would.
you.